Alright. Probably get started soon. It's 2 minutes before, but just let me just check something. This music keeps like pausing. I'm gonna try to do something. Make it not be on live, maybe. Make it like run like slightly behind. Maybe it doesn't buffer incorrectly. We'll give it a crack. Alright, switch it over. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. New week. So last week, what did we do last week? We did a lot of save, uh, uh like save data syncing. Did like day-to-day operations and stuff like that. Oh my god. So I think today I've got a couple of bugs that I wanted to look at. I think there's one. If you're on stream on the last day, last week, so that's Thursday. There's still a bug that two staff members can get. Two staff members can be assigned to the same task. I mostly fixed it, but it looks like it's still occurring every now and again, which is a bit weird. So it's something to tackle. Eventually, I don't think it's like until we start doing like actual balancing sort of implementation stuff, I don't think it's a big issue. Oh, sorry. So let's buy these instead. Bang. So this is what we got up to last week. So now people come in and we'll get served by people. I think there's still some like weird functionality that I'll just keep waiting to see if the correct stuff happens yet. I think there's still some weird functionality that the person that's, so let's just say after staff member 1 has served someone, when they're walking back, while it's intended, is they're able to get another order, and this person who's been idle doesn't get the order, and I feel like it makes more sense for the idle person to get the next order while this person's still technically in transit. But that's another issue there. It's like it's not a huge deal for now. So I think we'll leave it as is. We did have a bug that I do want to test out. It's like when a staff member calls in sick, this panel went really weird. So we're just gonna rip a few. Oh, what's our recipe's gonna be? Actually, I nuked all the recipes. So we should have tons for a while, I think. So we're just going to keep going until the employee calls in sick and then just have a look at the panel. I think we'll fix that bug because I think that bug is like visually it's not great and that there's no reason for it to be broken. So we'll fix that and then we'll get onto what I want to get started on today, which I'll leave the surprise of that until later. There you go, they're on double signed tasks at the moment. Like, it doesn't cause any errors, which it should technically, but yeah, alright. Okay, now we should just buy a bulk food. Uh-oh. Something weird was going on then. Great, there's another bug in the build. Find it eventually. So fatigue's going to be at 60% at the end of this day. Yep. Let's make sure we've got so much food now that it won't matter. Alright, so maximum fatigue now. So if they call in sick, which they have, very good. They should have technically taken a hit to happiness, I'm pretty sure. But maybe, actually, I probably do that at the end of the day. Actually, I think that's a lie. I think I actually do that at the start of the day. It's in the NPC spawner, right? Let this game keep running for a bit. Yeah. We're meant to be taking out the happiness there. Oh, if they're sick, I'm not taking away their happiness, that's why. There you go. So this is the bug that we've got. Is while they're sick, all of their data is disappearing. This fatigue should still be at 100%. This happiness, technically speaking, should still be at 100% because I haven't decremented it. So I've got to try and figure out why. So it's like... probably has nothing to do with this. It's the end of day, which I think we might do from the cafe manager. Yeah, here. Wow. I've just like tried using my brain just then and it is shut off. That is a really good sign for the day. See, this is what should be happening, right? So if maybe we could run it back again because she's still going to be sick today. Let's attach that to Unity. Alright, so here we go. Inactive staff has 1. That is Georgia. Payroll data has 1. Zero. Okay, so start stepping. Whoa. Okay, so because they're sick, we're not setting their happiness. So that's one reason why one of them is going empty. Okay, yeah. I think I can see where all of the bugs are. We're going to start a brand new save file. So and their fatigue is just going to be this. Get rid of that. Because we're setting their fatigue, so this fatigue is always going to be 100. But if their sick days are now less than this, we'll set their sick fatigue to 50. So what I'm also going to want to do is if they call in sick, we do actually want them to be slightly unhappy, I think. So let's just do status negative equals that. So this should fix all of that stuff now. Let's run it back. Alright, we just have a lot of mills now. Let's actually do Peter, because his fatigue rate's actually faster, so we can test what we want to test faster. Put him on. Start date. Let's go. Alright, they're bugged. It is an annoying bug. I guess technically speaking, when I start doing the review system, is I'll probably want to fix it around there because so I can test that all the things are working properly and start tuning it a little bit. But alright, so that should be 25% fatigue. Let's see, 50%'s here. Yeah, it might be. Alright, so he should be at 50% fatigue after today. Yeah, look, I look at that, and I'm like, I feel like that's slightly less than 50%, but we'll trust it. It kind of looks like 45% if I'm eyeballing it. They bugged in the same task again? Yeah, cool. I will look into it eventually. Okay, that looks more like 75%. So, got one more. So we're at 100% now. He might choose to call in sick tomorrow, he might not. If he doesn't, his happiness is going to go down by 25. Alright, maximum fatigue. He didn't call in sick. Happiness took a hit. What's our recipes looking like? Plenty of stock. Oh my god, he's still here. I just hit 2 coin flips in a row. We probably should make it not always a 50-50 roll. Should, like, each consecutive day that they work while at max fatigue, the odds should be higher and higher. Otherwise, I guess realistically, if it hits it 4 times in a row, he's gonna quit. So I guess that is the way that it naturally balances itself. Oh my god, he 3 days in a row. I don't have the quit functionality set up, but it's going to be really annoying because I need to actually see the happiness. Oh yeah, it's actually already gone beyond what we need it to do. Because the happiness is going to, when he calls in sick, is going to go down to 0. And I wanted to make sure that it's setting properly. Alright, because if I do this, he's still here. Holy shit, this guy is a fucking beast. Alright, new save. Yeah, okay. Before I even do that, let's put, sick roll. Should make this, regrowth per day. Consecutive. Sec. Hello, BK Dev. Hair change. When was the last time you were in here? I had it all of last week, I think. If you're in stream last week, but I guess as it washes out, it keeps looking different every time. So, how are you going today? Hell yeah. World generator generating. That's what we like to hear. Yeah, it's all good, man. Thanks for popping in and saying hey. Always appreciate it. I mean, I should have like a test. Create a test NPC or something like that that just fatigues like instantly or something like that. Damn it, I'm at max speed. I think I need to wait like a visual indicator of like what speed it's currently on. But anyway, not a huge deal for now. It's not what I was meant to check. Actually, it was what I was meant to check. 75%. God, these agents are so stupid. I might even eventually have to just remove the agents from existing and create custom AI code. Not going to be fun by any stretch. I might even have existing code on my computer that can do that. But anyway, okay, so he should be at maximum fatigue now. Please call in sick. Cool, he called in sick. So we're gonna, I mean, we can look at it straight away. Yeah, his happiness went down to 25, correct? And the rest of the panel looks good. So we just need to make sure at the end of the day, it actually saves all those values. So I think during the day, it was still fine, but it's when it was doing that end of day code, it wasn't saving some of those values, so... Wait for the day to end. Cool. Okay, fatigue stayed at max. Can't roster him on, his happiness is there. So I think the sick days is 2, so that's 1 sick day done. So we go the second one now. So what should happen now is at the end of today, if I'm looking at the code, this is not the correct code. We need the cafe manager. Yeah. Is if the sick days is less than or equal to 0, which should happen, is they're no longer sick, so that means we should get the roster on and off button back, and we're going to set their fatigue to 50. Alright. Cool, you can roster them back on. Fatigue set at 50. That's all working now. Very good. I might even push that change straight away. Fixed bug where the staff panel was bugged when an employee was sick. Cool. So now What am I going to get onto today? So, I might even want to rip a script from the prototype. I'll open that up. What I want to implement now is the UI that's involved for the staff. So in the prototype, I had a little indicator above their head, which is basically a little timer of like how long they have before they're quote unquote angry, like with how long the service is taking. So it's a visual indicator for that. So that's all I had. I think I did actually have an icon for if they had to reorder. But what I'm thinking of doing is flashing an icon above their head as to what they've ordered, because I think we need. In the prototype, I keep referring to the prototype. So in the prototype, I had this little orders thing. But the only benefit of this is because you're not controlling anything. You don't have any control over them cooking. The only benefit of the orders is just you know what's being ordered, so you can be like, oh wow, people are ordering a lot of chicken burgers today. That means the stock of that's going to go down more than I thought it was going to. Where I've removed that from this UI, because I didn't like it. But I think we still need some form of visual indicator as to what's going ordered. So I think we're going to flash an icon above their head, or maybe if we make it complex enough, is the indicator itself has an icon of what they've ordered, but then there's also a little meter around. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Alright, so we're going to do that. So what I wanted to rip from the prototype is that I just had like a face camera script or something like that. This guy. Show an Explorer. Scripts. This is kind of a generic script, so it might actually be able to just hang in here. Sure. So if we come to the NPC now. Where is the NPC? Oh, there he is. Oh shit, did I end up pushing the change for this as well? I did. I should do the same for this. Radius. Like that. Anyway. So what we want to do here is have a canvas. Alright, it needs to be a weld space. Probably just 1, 1, 0, 0. .5 could be it. Smack it on 2D. So this is what we want that face camera script on. On here, let's have indicator parent. So here, let's have a backing, which is going to be an image. Scale it, please. Hello? One. Let's do that instead. Except we want you to be a circle, which I think we actually have. We don't want to use do we just have a straight circle? Yeah. So I'm thinking we rip one of those. And what I'm thinking is, I mean, really, I would love to... Huh. Yeah, actually, I know exactly what we're going to do for this. So we're going to have backing... Where do we have it on? Do we have it on this guy? Is this guy going to be the slider? Not interactable. None. Color tint. Some weird stuff happening there, but when we're on here, we want to go fill. Image. We're also going to put that on there, but let's just say, for instance, this time around, we're going to grab, actually, we should just do this. Grab that. Filled. Radial. Fill origin. Top. So that's what we want it to do. So if we come up to this guy now and come down here, you're the fill. We don't want any of this stuff. Alright. So this is the countdown. Is that. But what we want is that fill color to be able to change from yellow. I mean, can it, like, let me go on to fill. This is just, I mean, you can go from green to red, so you could actually lerp it based on that. Oh man, I haven't done a good old color lerp for a while. That could be fun. But in here we also want an icon. You don't actually want one, so maybe it's going to be 0.5. 0.5. 0.5. Okay, well that doesn't work. 0.1. 0.1. 0.1. 0.1. Way too big. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. I mean, it's going to be a lot easier if I put an image in this first, because then I can actually see what I'm doing. One five, maybe. 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. Icon. Icon, BG. Image. So this, what we've been using for the icon, it's going to be, who did we have that in? Button icons, Picto, no, it's these ones. So let's just grab small, and we've been using temporarily that heart. So let's chuck the heart in there. Preserve aspect. Once again, probably going to need 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, and 0.1. So now, is that correct? It is, okay. It's just weird shape, okay. So you've got the icon of what they've ordered, and then around it, you've got this fill that's going to be the timer for how long it takes for them that they want it ordered, right? So let's have a quick sip. So now we want to go onto the NPC. And we do have like a waiting for food thing, don't we? A wait for food. In here is where we're going to be wanting to control... Oh, wait for food. That's when they're leaving. So we want some functionality in there. Anyway, so what we're going to want here now is references variables. We'll create a new one of these. We'll call this indicator variables. So here we'll have a serialized field, private slider, m underscore progress slider. Probably want to reference the image. Okay, image, progress, image, serialized field, private color now, and we're going to go m underscore starting color, ending color. This is something that doesn't actually change, so we're going to go serialized field, private, float, m underscore wait time. We actually can set this. I would love to. Do I still have the other Unity open? Yeah, I do. Cool. Let's check NPC. Wait time 2, but I might have changed it. No, I left it at 2. Okay. So we'll steal that for now. 2F. So that's the waiting done. We can access the... and maybe we should actually call it slider image. Because then we also have another thing which is going to be icon image. Alright. So we can set all that up now. Come on to here, we got the slider. Slider image is the fill. Icon image is you. Wait time's done. We could probably go to buttons. Starting color is going to be you at max. Yeah, I need to actually get this color saved, don't I? I know I've got it in the UI. It is in the staff panel, in the payroll parent, manage, buttons, fire, you. Come back to this guy now. Paste, there you go. This works. This is going to be really cool, by the way. We actually need... Oh man, there's actually a couple of things we want. So let's call this the food indicator parent. And we'll probably just want a serialized field, private game object, food indicator. Reason being for that is we obviously only want to turn this on once they've ordered food. So we can actually turn this off now. So now we have something that is order food, this. That's a bool. Okay, so we've never actually... Are we storing the recipe of what they've actually ordered on here yet? We're not. So let's try chucking it here. So go private recipe config. Let's go order maybe. Oh, actually probably needs to be... Actually, I don't really want it to be private. Sorry, public. I don't like public variables. So let's just have by the order food, just have a public I mean just a void, right? Set order. It's gonna take in a recipe config m_order equals config. So it's when we come into the order food thing. npc dot, but no, order food. Or is that what I called it? I can't even fucking remember now. Set order. Recipe. This is actually probably when we can do all of the things we need. So we're going to have our food indicator dot set active true. Now this is actually where we've got a lot of variables. So I'm going to open up in Unity just so I can see what we're doing. So we're going to go obviously progress slider. Value equals 100. Do we want 100? No, let's just make it 1. I think that's what we've already got it set as, is the value, max value is 1. Let's have a look. Yeah, 1. Let's leave it as that. I don't think it matters. Just uses float anyway, so okay. Just come back on here, open that. So we also have, we can go m_ slider image dot color equals m_ starting color, m_ icon image dot sprite equals config dot recipe icon. Okay, so that's it there. So now we need to come up to here. So let's go float elapsed equals 0. While elapsed is greater than m underscore wait time. Elapsed plus equals time dot delta time. We want to do two things in here, so let's go so you go slider progress slider dot value equals math f dot lerp between 1 and 0, and then we want elapsed divided by m underscore wait time, I think. It's been a while since I've done one of these. I could probably actually check that in prototype code again if we go onto the MPC. Elapsed. There you go. Or one take. Okay. We'll copy that. Sure. Just go float value equals 1 minus pretty sure we need a yield. Return null in here. And then here we want value. I actually don't know if this is correct, but anyway. I mean, I can, once again, I can check the prototype has the functionality that I wanted. Oh, I wasn't lerping. Okay, never mind then. I think we actually can just do that. Maybe. But then while we're in here, we also want to do m underscore slider image dot color equals color dot lerp between m underscore starting color, m underscore ending color, elapsed divided by m underscore wait time. Now I think realistically this should all work now. So if we come in here, it's going to permanently stay on. That's fine. Oh gosh, golly gosh. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Save files are all cringy anyway. Okay, maybe we don't do that. Yeah. you save. The icon's going to be empty because we haven't assigned any icons yet. Need a way to find out who you got selected a bit better on there as well. Restaurant start day. Okay, not working. So we can pop this in here. Start again. Apparently waiting for food. Run it back, but it should have been working. Classic. This is a classic Ethan error. What do you reckon the problem is? Wrong operator. Well, it's less than wait time, which is at 2. God. Really knows, like, really thinking like, oh cool, this is gonna work perfectly the first time round. That's right, do this. Bang, 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 bang. Okay. Now, I had this problem with doing a while loop with the staff when they were cooking. Which it looks like I was doing all from a state. Time dot smooth delta time. Sure. Whatever the hell that means. This apparently was the fix. Nope, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Wasn't it. So come back into the cooking state. while elapsed is less than cook time. I mean, did I just like increase staff cook time by a shit ton, or no? I didn't. I don't think actually. I think the staff cook time's all set from the config. Should go player. Is 3. Maybe the NPC's cook time. It's 2. Come back to you. Maybe it's like while loop in a while loop is weird. So maybe we take this out, put it here. Come back to here. Definitely yield return nulling. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna do something different because I can just see a potential issue that's occurring. Move it back to in here, but we're gonna have another thing here that's just gonna be called public void start timer, which is then gonna be calling a private, i.e. numerator timer, and it's going to have this. So this is when we want to have stop coroutine if it's running. I don't know if there's a way to tell if something's running. We could probably just have like a bool check or something, but we do this. So then we come to the, let's do this. M underscore NPC dot start timer. So it's just getting it out of one of the areas. So cook times 2. Cook time, wait time. And like, I mean, I could just get my phone, I guess. Stopwatch. Bang. Okay, now it's broken. And the reason it's broken is because start timer isn't calling start coroutine because I'm an idiot. Yep, that's just standard. I'm using my phone here, so really. That's actually like correct. Bang. Bang. Yeah, that is 2 seconds. That's just how fast 2 seconds is. Am I cooked then? Because this was... If we come to the NPC... Oh, wait time is 16. Oh, what the hell was that wait time for? 16? That can't be legit. Okay, well, I mean, we can mess around with it. And let's 16. 16's like a very large chunk of the day. I feel like that's not correct. Like if we're doing, what's the first day? I've got it all written down here somewhere. So we've got 8 people. I mean, we can just go like run a calc here. The day goes for 90 seconds divided by 8. You roughly want to serve an employee probably in 10 seconds. Let's run 10 seconds. That's so classic. It's me like not actually looking at the code or like reading the variables of the prototype properly. Just absolute clown. So they come in. That coroutine should have actually stopped, right? Right, I should have called. Wait for food. And while we're not waiting for food, actually, wait, we can probably just do this. And we are waiting for food. Is that not like the easy trick to get out of it? Means we technically won't need this line of code. Still keep it there as a safety maybe, but just by having that, it means that while loop's going to turn off because we're no longer waiting for food. I think. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yep, there you go. There you go, I think I actually did have the time set. It should actually be like 16. Let's go 15. I like it, better number. So visually that thing's a bit gross at the moment, so I'm gonna work on it a little bit more. I reckon we actually bring the fill in like 0.1. Yeah, it's too much. 0.05 even. Right, and then the backing, maybe we can make slightly gray. No, I hate that. Slightly transparent even. Let's go like 155. And probably gonna have to apply this transparency to everything. Fill. Ugh, that doesn't look good at all. Maybe the fill can be slightly more. Maybe we just make them all slightly more. What if we do like 200? Obviously, I need to see what it looks like against the actual background. Because of this, is because we are setting a color, is we will need to go to this guy and set 200 in these as well. Alright, turn them off. Let's go see what that looks like now. Look like I don't actually ever finish a day, as my recipe stock's always going to be max, which is good. Okay, so that's all the timers working as intended, which is actually really cool. Do you reckon it's too big? Nah, maybe it's going to be fine when the icon actually goes in. I mean, we can test it right away, right? We can go in all the recipe configs, just go all of them, check them out. Recipe icon lock is this. And we can actually check that they all got set properly. Unlocking now. Bang, bang, bang. Cool. Because now we can actually see what the icon's going to look like as well, and like see if... I mean, that said, like, if this game's full screen, right? Like, obviously I'm playing on a bigger monitor, but... probably doesn't need to be that big for it to still be noticeable, right? No, I think that's actually fine. Yeah, okay. So, there's a couple of things we want here to happen. So, let's have a... Here, go private bool m underscore time check. Don't actually need this yet because this has to do with the reviews, which we're not setting up. I mean, shit, we might even be able to get to starting on it today. There's a lot of things that have to happen for it, but so basically, time check here we want to set up to true. M underscore time check equals true. But if we get out of this, time check equals false. So basically, because we've also got this in here now... Oh, actually. Shit. We're always going to hit that time check false. Maybe we move it. Maybe we have, return out, or little voice blur, nice. If we're not waiting for food, yield break. Right. So should it still technically have the same effect that we had last time, but the logic's changed now that I won't have a problem with that bool that I just set. You'd break, that worked, cool. Yeah, so basically by having this yield break here means we're going to leave the coroutine. I think we can actually confirm that. I'm fairly sure that's what it means. At least every time I've ever used it, that's what it means. But it might have a different meaning if it's inside of the while loop. Maybe we're just breaking out of the while loop, but we can test that. So we start day. For old man to come in. Okay, still got these. Continue. Oh! Yeah, cool. Yeah, I was right. Yep, so by yield breaking, we're going to leave the whole coroutine. So basically, it means this while loop never finished, but if the while loop does finish, we're going to hit the timer check. False, and it's probably when we're going to want to... Yeah, so it's doing what we want it to do. I think if we yield break, let's just turn off the slider. Sorry, I'm just trying to think logically what we want to happen here. So, come in, they order, it's ticking down. If they get served, I mean, realistically, when they get served, so waiting for food equals false. Let's actually get rid of this. Yeah, okay, so logically we're going to do a few things here. So basically, when this is done, we want to go m underscore food indicator equal dot set active equals false. So this is going to do two things here. It's going to leave it on. Actually, let's do a couple of things here. So, regardless, let's turn it off. But if we've gotten to this point, turn on failed time indicator, right? And I can test this easy if I just have no employees rostered, but because the first one will be good. And we want something for yield, so yield return, that's after we get out of this. Then I'm pretty sure we have leave, right? Yeah, here. So we go, after all of this, leave location, position. Enable rating or review. I mean, we're doing this for both, right? So it could probably just be here. Yeah, but the review icon's could change based on these. Yeah, fair cop. Okay. Put it there like that. Yeah, so let's test out. We need to add another variable up the top here now for food indicator. We're also going to have a serialized field, private game object m underscore failed indicator. Failed indicator. So this is when you want it here. M underscore failed indicator dot set active true. Ooh, and this. So two things we can do here is we can make it so it just has like an indicator that's like you haven't timed it and get rid of the recipe icon, which maybe is fine. Or we set it up that also uses the recipe icon, but it's in a failed state. Yeah, it's probably better to have it in the failed state rather than removing the icon just for consistency. Icon image, failed icon image. Let me do that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay, cool. So let's come over to the prefab, MPC. We can just duplicate this, turn you off, you're now called. Failed indicator parent. Icon, you still need reference to the icon and the parent. The difference this time is this guy is just going to be copy, you paste, and you're just going to remain at max. So I think that's how we do it. So let's test that. See if I actually got it right in my head straight away, which would be pretty sweet. Let's roster off Peter. Okay. Just playing it in normal time so I can watch it happen properly. So it's good. He got served in the correct amount of time. This guy probably won't. At least that is the hope. He's clutching up though. Nah, he's failed. So then it should switch over. Yep, there you go. So he's failed. And we need that failed one to then turn off as well. So that's going to get done. Is when we're leaving. So we're having this stuff to enable the review icon. So here we can just have a double check. It should both anyway, but turning them to false. But then we're enabling the review icon here. So it still turns off regardless. And we can test that. Actually, I wonder if we just... and we actually remove that. And we make it so then it is consistent for both of them. Alright, run it back. We run it back. Oh, yeah, we just queued up some post-lunch Fall Guys. Let's get it. Alright. Alrighty. Hit this again. Start day. Oh, I forgot to roster him off. Saving issue. That is a saving issue. Cool. So keen for that. So now what should happen is that this indicator will pause. but it won't turn off until they actually leave. That's good. Cool. Annoying. Need to roster that guy off again. So there's definitely a save issue there. So let me I'm gonna have to write that bug down. Potential saving issue. Potential saving issue. Roster off. Not an immediately pressing issue, so while I'm writing it down, we can tackle that at a later date. Because I'm pretty sure everything is meant to save. Like, when I click Start Day, we take a snapshot of the game. I think. Or maybe we don't. Anyway. Run it back. UPass. Okay. This guy will fail, so stays on. Leaves. Oh, it's going to be close. Nah, he's dead. Okay. Failed. Stays on. Leaves. Cool. Alright. Happy with that. That's good shit. You love that for me. Thought so. Well, that's cool. That is cool that I've done that. So let's set up now. Not that we even have any of the review functionality, but at least create the indicator for it. Slow brain. Man, had the worst sleep last night. Woke up, had a couple of nightmares, classic. So I woke up and then, yeah, I forgot about the neighbours that are building their deck started early this morning, so that kind of killed my sleep. You love to see it. What were we calling it? Review indicator? Call it positive. That's not a word. Positive. Positing, I was going to type. That's pretty cool. Okay. Neutral. And negative. So, I can do a few things here. We can actually leave the red one in its current thing, but what we're going to do is come across the positive. Not the backing, we need the fill. This to be U. Neutral backing. Fill is going to be that. So it means if it was like a neutral rating, it's going to show yellow. If it was a positive rating, it's going to show green. And probably the cringe part about it is probably also going to pair it with like emojis, which I don't think we actually have in build. Just double check all the files that I've got in here. No, pictograph. Is there pictograph? Positives. Doesn't look like it. Oh no, we got a smiley face. Could rip a smiley face, but we need like a smiley and then like a frowny face. It's just literally just called emoji, which means there's not going to be another version of it. Skull emoji. Oh man, I'm not doing that. No, that ain't me. Alright, so we're gonna need some emojis. I wonder if I can just get like a free emoji pack or some shit. Let's can rip this on stream. Game assets. What if I literally just type, yeah, emoji? Something that still fits the style of my game though. So my game's like, I think it's gonna be like fairly polished looking. So you don't want like super pixel art, sorta like these guys. Even that 16 by 16 is not great. Emoji support for Text Mesh Pro. That's actually really cool. That's actually really cool, by the way, that Text Mesh Pro can do that. Anyway, some super getting sidetracked there. Super angry. Don't have a neutral face here though. Oh, it actually has scaled up versions. This one actually probably is good. $4 USD. What's their licensing? $166 emoji designed. Okay, so it actually has... Oh, it has all of these. So we definitely could have like a happy... Just need like a neutral face. I mean, probably that, right? Neutral, skeptical. Could have like no, and then negative, probably that. Or if we don't want to use the, we can just use the angry face. Alright, okay, we're gonna buy this. Actually, I just need to double check that their licensing allows for it in commercial products. No derivatives. Breast pixels, contact, effectiveness. May use. Is there screenshots for a public product? The license for this aspect is automatically tied to the project owner. This is not just screenshots may be shared. If you used or bought assets, this yeah, we're good. Cool, let's buy it. Do that on the second monitor, which is actually probably, it feels really sketchy. I'm logged in. So you need to make sure that like no payment details pop up on stream. That could be disastrous. Probably should keep a running credits file as well. Extracts. Sure. I mean, that said, as long as I do what I'm about to do now, is keep the folders, so I can see like I need a credit layer lab, IT happy, and now ref pixels. So as long as I keep whatever I've imported as a folder, I think we're actually good. Come to think of it, the review system for the NPCs actually is not very involved. Obviously, there's like actually getting the reviews in, like all the strings and stuff like that, but just for what the NPC is concerned, that functionality actually should be really easy. Alright, so we want the scaled up versions. Yeah, it's still really pixel arty, but it should be fine. We'll see what it actually looks like in game. I could be just making shit up. Shrink these down so I can actually look at them better as an emoji. So I could have wow, they're all not counted as sprites. That's really handy, actually. Sprite, single, none, apply. I have a feeling this is going to look really bad. And I'll waste $6. Let's find out. Look, it's not terrible. But am I really happy with... I turn that off. That just looks bad. So I'm either thinking... That just looks creepy. Maybe we do just rip that, it's fine. Turn positive off. Neutral backing, neutral. Is that... I mean, sure, looks a bit cringe, but... Icon for this is going to be angry, like an angry looking face. Choose one of these. God, that looks very angry. It's almost just... But maybe like slightly frowning face. Frowning face. Maybe we just do that, like it's that, because we used, if we come back to... neutral, then we use straight line. And then for positive, instead of this creepy looking smiley face, we use just this. So it just goes happy, medium, nothing, frowny face. That way you don't have like excessive, I think is the word I was looking for. We won't have excessive emotions, I guess. Alright, so now we can create some more variables in here. I should probably separate these and just go failed icon, food indicator, and then also have here review indicator. So in here, review indicator, review positive, negative, neutral, neutral first. So, what am I doing? Actually, I lied. The NPC is a bit more involved. In terms of easiest way for me to kind of confirm my suspicions here is to go into the scenes in main and then look at the UI. So what are the reviews that are actually tied to the NPC? It's going to be the food reviews. So the first four, really. The cleanliness and decoration is just going to be like a general thing that you get at the end, but the NPC specific ones are going to be these. And this is going to do a lot of extra balancing shit. I mean, I kind of worked this out the other day. I'm going to find where I wrote that down. Big win, win, little win, neutral, little loss, loss, big loss. So perfect recipe, perfect time, perfect price. Yeah, so there's three things we care about. Okay, we're doing very basic review sort of stuff. So let's call generate review or something like that. Private void generate review. So the things we care about are the recipe, the time, and the price. So let's work on the recipe first. So I need to make sure I do this correctly, because I can easily set up the review for this, but because we do need to eventually send these reviews to this panel, I need to make sure it's set up in a way that it's going to control it. I don't have to come back and rewrite this later. Obviously, I don't have to fully implement. I can just leave like comments, but it's there. So we're gonna do for each var ingredient in m_order dot ingredients, and now we need to look up those ingredients. So for each ingredient, we probably also need a for each var wow. Okay, I can see myself easily looping through a lot of different things here. I could have up to 3 for each loops, which I really don't think is an efficient code. For each ingredient in the... yeah. No, okay, so I think what we actually do is, rather than do checking these ingredients, is we... for each var ingredient in recipe data source dot I think it's this guy, recipe data m_order. Okay, so then we can go... okay, I actually need to go look at what this was. So this is a list of ingredient data, which has the ingredient and the amount. I'm just going to screenshot this on another screen so I can keep referencing it. I'm sure. So for each, and we're going to just call this object now. And then we want another for each var ingredient in recipe data source dot perfect recipe data. Ah, shit. Which means it's actually better for me, because I've done this in a very silly way. It's going to be better for me to do it in a for loop instead of a for each. Print I equals 0 while I is less than count I plus plus. Because it's always going to be the correct order, like 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. I fucking hope. So if
if I amount is greater than I, amount is an int. Oh my god, I didn't do perfect recipe data. Perfect recipe data. I. Too much. Else if correct amount. Else. Technically, I can do this just as an else. But for the sake of making it very obvious for me what's going, we'll do it like this. Too little. So we can get rid of you now. So we're doing this for each thing. So we need to store this now somehow. So what am I going to do with this? I mean, there's probably going to be a review manager that's going to handle all of this stuff. Oh, that's pass fail. So that can only be pass fails, right? And then neutral is the correct profit. Okay. Really racking my brains here. Well, I mean, it just basically needs to generate a review, right? So let's go generate review for too much of this ingredient. For too little of this ingredient. Incorrect amount doesn't generate a review. So what we can actually do here now is go int food review count equals 0. Food review count plus 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 plus. If food review count is equal to 0, this means we've perfected the recipe. Generate review for a perfect recipe. Now I'm going to put an else here. Not that we need to generate a thing, but I think this is what we're going to do for actually generating like our review score. Well, I mean, we could probably get away with not. Actually, no, we can kind of handle this here. So this is going to be failed recipe. Past recipe. This won't mean anything for you. Like, I mean, I can show, not that it's legible at all, but I've got like a little, go here, got like a little matrix on this notebook that's like the things that the customer's concerned about. If I go onto this screen again, is 2 food reviews. the price and the time. So basically, food just counts as one. So basically, there's a pass-fail for food. There is a pass-fail for time. And then for prices, there's a pass, a neutral, and a fail. So pass is if the profit. I don't know. It's. I had this in the prototype, but it is actually unintuitive. So maybe I end up scrapping it. But a pass for profit is it's cheap, which means it's lower than what they expected. So they're gonna be like, oh wow, it's really cheap. So they're gonna give you more of a positive rating for that. If it's what they expect, let's just say I'm ballparking a number. Let's just say they expect it to be $5, and it is $5. They're like, yeah, it's what I expected. You're not going to gain rating because of that, but you're not going to lose rating because of that. And then obviously, if it's too expensive, then you lose rating because of it. So that's what I mean here by passed and failed, is just that's where I'm going to be creating that little score based on that. I mean, so I can probably create before all of this and just go, it's probably going to end up being a float, I think, and just go rating equals 0 for now. So if they pass the recipe, means it's going to be, I did have like extreme rating for this, I think. Peak win was equal to 0.5. Which doesn't really make sense. I mean, we could go to, I guess it's whatever I want to create the rating. I think the recipe should have the most weighting. So we could go 3, 2, 1 to make it that. Plus 0.3. Rating plus equals 0.3. F. Failed rating. Negative equals that. Alright, so in terms of time, this one's actually really easy to do because we can just go if time check is true, else passed time, failed time, so here, oh, I've actually just, that's gonna equal more than what you thought it was gonna equal, but maybe it goes 1.5 and the other one's 0.5. Yeah, alright, we can do that. So we can go rating plus equals 0.15. Rating negative equals alright, and then price okay, I don't actually have any logic to do price yet. What am I going to do? Is there some quick code I could write in here, or should I actually implement this now? Okay, so I think I can kind of make this up as I go. So on the recipe config, we're going to create a new variable. Is it time to stand up? 10, been on for 2 hours? Yeah, let's stand up. One moment. So I'm shrinking on the thing. Oh, slowly walk up with it. There we go. I really should set this because I actually need it to be like 10 centimeters high. Okay, something's stretching. One sec. Is it you? Everything else seems fine. Yeah. Alright. So, recipe config. Where are you? So in here now, we're basically wanting to create a new icon display recipe object. It's probably more important than most of the stuff, but let's chuck it down here and go public int m underscore profits. This is something that I'm going to need to set per object. So basically, to explain how this mechanic's going to work, so everyone has the idea, is each recipe is going to kind of have its own profit potential. So something, let's say coffee, right? I have to change it. It's going to be annoying because I'm going to have to go back through and change all of the currency variables when I create how the currency is going to look in this game. But let's just use dollars for an example, right? A coffee is like, you don't expect a cafe to really be turning a large profit on coffee. So let's just say the coffee profit is 1. That's its modifier. So it means while you're at cafe rating 1, you're only expected to make $1 off of coffees. You can choose to not make a profit, and that's how you're going to get that positive rating from before that I was mentioning. But let's say now you reach cafe rating 2, is basically 2 times that modifier. Is like, okay, well now you can make $2 off of it. And that's what it expected, is like, because you're slowly getting a better rating and stuff like that. But I'm going to have to adjust these variables to make them make sense over the span of the game. But that's just like high level. That's what its functionality is going to be. So because of that, I'm going to go and set those configs now, just so I don't forget later, and then I'm wondering why it doesn't work. Profit for the burger, let's make 3. Coffee is 1, and then soup is 2. But we can come back to code now. So we are setting the profit somewhere. But we can basically go a for loop again. So for int I equals this, while I is less than recipe data source dot. We should have profit data in here. Recipe profit data is a dictionary. Okay. Actually, we don't even need a for loop, I think. So we can just go if recipe data source dot recipe profit data m underscore order. This is where we're going to need the calculation here, but we're going to leave the calculation out. We're going to leave it to do on it is greater than m underscore order dot profit. Too expensive. We need to do review stuff in here. Else if correct profit, else if it's less than, just say cheap rather than say 2, because it has a negative connotation. I think it's just cheap. But in here we also need to do generate review for good service, generate review for bad service. So we can do generate review for expensive. Generate review for cheap. These comments don't really need to be English. For neutral. Then in here now we want to go rating plus equals. Wow, look at all these magic numbers, by the way. Turn them into constants. Yeah, I'm gonna do lots of things to do here. Rating plus equals 0.5f. Negative equals f. We're gonna chuck so many to-dos in here to do. Move this magic number to game constants. Could I do that right now? Yeah, I could, but I'm not going to. Get rinsed. And then here to do generate correct profit based on cafe rating. Look at that. Everything here has to do on it. That's really efficient for me, isn't it, dickhead? Sorry. So now, after all of this has been done, actually we literally can just do, so this is generate review, private void set review indicator. Definitely just typoed something. No, I didn't. Cool. This is going to take in a float rating. Set review indicator rating. So if rating is greater than 0, else if rating equals 0. Don't know how to get all of this going to be working in code, but we think we can at least the bare minimum. I mean, we got to get negative reviews fucking straight away, I think. Else if rating is less than 0. So the bare minimum here, we want to go m underscore review indicator dot set active true. Nice, put it outside the brackets, you clown. So then we're in here, we're going to go m underscore positive review, set active true, icon, indicator. What do I call it? Review positive. Review. Okay. Okay, so generate review. I mean, actually. Whoa. Draw Y. End of day. Okay, so now that I can see that, so we are going to have a bool in here called not served equals false. if not served, it's gonna handle stuff differently. Put a return in here. Handle reviews / rating for not being served. Okay. I think that's all done. So come here, assets, scenes, main menu, save that, sure. But yeah, the reason we're doing that is just because we need to load off of that. So now, this guy, review indicator, they're all off, that's good. Okay, and then come on to the NPC. The review indicator is this guy. Positive, neutral, negative. Now, it's actually not going to be possible for me to get the reviews correct, unless I enable finding out what the correct reviews are going to be. But at least we can see them, technically speaking, all of these should get negative, I think. Or it's going to come up with errors. Either or, we have work to do. Close that, we'll create a new save. So let's just do 2 of everything. Bang, 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 bang. Is it easy to just do 1 recipe? Probably. Let's do that. Let's just time everything. So we'll hire Georgia. Roster her on. Need to set the recipe here. Profit is 2, which we know is actually going to be cheap for this first recipe. But anyway, start day. All right. Whoa. Slow it down. So once it gets served, unhappy. Look at all these unhappy people. Why are you so unhappy? That's cool. So we can at least see one of them is dynamically changing. So we do need to try and find the perfect recipe. I can cheat, which I think probably going to do. Because I think I actually got rid of this code. This is in the recipe list, maybe. Generate perfect recipes. It's in here, and this is the joy. Oh shit! Probably should have pushed that. Let's go. Added emoji files. Started work on NPC indicators. Indicators. Cool. So added perfect recipe initialization. This guy. I didn't have the test in here. Are you kidding? Oh man, I am really annoyed about that. Without having reviews, it's kind of makes this impossible. Okay, so generate perfect recipes. Debug.log generating perfect recipes. Alright, so I've already realized I'm now high based on some code that I just wrote is... I don't think it's actually possible to get a neutral result. So the reason I'm saying that is in the NPC, we just created all this stuff for reviews, it's not possible, because there's no way you can get that review to equal 0, which means there's no way you can get it to equal a neutral amount. So, I mean, I have that matrix that I made, I'll update that to work in code. Don't know how, gonna have to use my brain for that, and don't feel like doing that at the moment. So we will continue without it. I mean, if we can at least get positive and negative reviews working on the indicator, at least I know that the logic is working correctly. Okay, so here we want to go debug.log. I like that it tried to give me a suggestion. Ingredient. I don't know what I'm doing. So ingredient is going to be m_recipe list I dot ingredients j dot ingredient name ingredient space. Let's put a amount. Random value. Okay. We'll keep all of these saved in here. So we only care about doing the chicken burger. So let's order just 3 of everything, because I can see that there's a 3 value there, and just order a shit ton of these. Sure. So let's add those, leave it at 3. Yeah, let's recruit Georgia, roster on start day. So all of these people should be negative reviews. I'm actually happy with those emojis. I thought they were going to be too pixelated and not suit, but they actually fit quite well, I think. Okay, that's good. Turn it back to 1 times. So now if I get the recipe correct, they should be happy. Okay, it's the end of the next day. So chicken needs to be 2, lettuce needs to be 1, mayo needs to be 1, cheese needs to be 3. This should be the perfect recipe. So if I click start day now, they should all be happy. They're still unhappy. So we're going to need to come into the NPC and rip this, attach to Unity. Why is this paused? Oh, because I did that. Alright, so not served equals false. So we're going to come down here. Amount to perfect recipe data is not getting initialized properly, I think. No, it's working. Should be the correct amount. Oh. That's wrong. That should be 0.05, by the way. I wonder if that's quite literally what's killing it. We'll just... correct amount. Okay, we can see it's all the correct amounts. Okay. Food equivalent equals 0. So the rating equals that. Time check is true. More positive rating. Very good. Price. Profits 3. Yeah, so it's that. This should fix the problem now. 2113 should be saved. I mean, this is another good way to test that my perfect recipe's save data is working correctly, because we're not going to be generating a new save file. 2113. Start day. They should all be happy now. Wait, so I think I've messed up the code, by the way. But you'll be happy now. Hey, happy. Look at him, so happy. Yeah, so I've messed up the code, for sure. Is for too cheap, this should be plus equals. You want to gain rating because it's cheap. And if it's expensive, you want to lose rating. So I just did them the opposite way around. So that's actually the first issue. Yes, the values were incorrect, but that's the main issue of what was causing that thing before. But yeah, cool. That's our reviews. Customer ratings, let's call it. That's that done. Let's sit down now. I'm standing for 18 minutes. There you go. Stretch the legs. So... that's really cool. I got that done pretty quickly. Alright, so although it was cool, something I did in the prototype was I created a review prompt for every instance. So I'd had like little jokes in there of just like if there was too much lettuce on the chicken burger, I was saying like, what is this? A rabbit burger or something like that. Funny, yeah, but I think for the sake of getting this game out in a reasonable amount of time, and if I'm going to be creating, you know, I don't know if 100 recipes is the number I'm going to be aiming for, but like a lot of things, is like if I'm creating a separate review prompt for all of those, way too much work. And then if I do want to localize the game, too much localization issues of just like time and money. So because of that, I'm going to create generic review prompts. So you're just going to have like, I mean, you don't get neutral review prompts. Did I put that on here? No, generate review. Yeah, okay. So let's just say like the chicken burger could have more lettuce, right? And I'm just create functionality that I can swap out the recipe name could have more ingredient. Have that. Makes it a lot quicker to implement. Very scalable. So let's do that. Just thinking about doing that still. So we're probably going to be creating a new manager, a review manager that's going to handle the reviews. Let's just get that started. Let's just start with that. So the bare minimum, we know we're going to have to come into main. We're going to create a new manager called view manager. Scripts, managers, create mono behavior, review manager. No typos, please. All right, let's get started. As with all of our managers, we're always going to have a public static review manager instance. Get private set awake if instance does not equal null, destroy game object, return instance equals this. The instance now exists. So we're going to go public void Yeah, okay. Add customer review. We're going to have a struct in here called customer review. It's going to store a ingredient. Probably needs to be public. m_ingredient. And I could have it stored as an int, but I guess if we're only having a positive or negative review. Oh, but this is actually going to store a lot of data, isn't it? Oh, shit. Okay. Think this through. Because I can send through, potentially, 4 ingredient reviews. It's only going to select from a list of them, but... Customer food review. It's going to take in a list of those, potentially. I think that's how we're going to do it. Once again, I'm using custom struct data, and I know this can just cause so many issues. So we're going to have a public bool m_too much. That's not the correct camel case name. Too much. Yeah, no, let's just call it too much. It's going to be easy for me to know. So we'll take in a list of customer food reviews. Which we can do here. List. Customer food review. Food reviews. We are going to also take in a price review. So we're going to have a bool. It can't be a bool. Has to be an int. Int profit review. And then we can have a bool for time review. Okay. So then if we come back to the NPC, we're going to have a list of customer food review called food reviews equals new list of customer food reviews. Review equals new review dot ingredient equals ingredient review dot too much equals true. False. Food reviews dot add review. Okay. Oh my god. Just taking in the time check. Int price check equals 0. Expensive price check equals 1. Stays at 0. -1. Review manager dot instance dot add customer review. This needs to take in the hello, what happened there? Food reviews. Profit review is going to be price check. Time review is going to be time check. There we go. We've now sent all of those reviews to the review manager, which is here. Okay, there's a couple of things that's going on here. private void add food review, food reviews plural. How's it going? Hey, Azra and Soul. Yeah, not too bad. How about yourself? Pretty cruisy Monday for me. Still late, son, if you, yeah. I don't think, apart from like one person, I got a mate that comes in here that I know is from Australia, but I'm pretty sure everyone that comes into streams all from the States. I think there's one from the UK as well, but yeah, everyone's like late on a Sunday, or late the day before, whatever it is. Yeah, how was your weekend? Get up to anything cool? Yeah, sick. So I guess the question I can ask everyone that comes into chat is, are you a developer as a hobby or developer as your job? Could be both, if you're lucky. IT job and pushing for game dev to take that space over. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I actually had a job in game dev for 2.5 years, I think. It was rough. I think it was roughly the time that I was there. But yeah, I got to a point where I was just like, yeah, I really just want to try and do my own thing. So I kind of saved up as much money as I could, and yeah, now I'm just in indie dev. It's probably like the way like you look at anyone's advice for indie dev is it's always don't quit your day job. Well, I quit my day job for a number of reasons, but yeah, no, I've been loving it so far. It's awesome. Okay, so let's go. Ah, that's awesome. Yeah, I was really considering doing that. But probably we don't want to talk shit. But like yeah, I think while work was still reasonable, I was yeah seriously considering. I don't think I was gonna do half day. That although actually that's pretty cool. I think I was gonna like cut back my things to maybe only work 3 days a week, 4 days a week, or something like that. Then use that other day as like okay, well that's gonna be personal project time. But it got to the point for me. It's just like I couldn't do both. It's kind of like my job was that draining and mentally draining. Let's just leave it at that. That I couldn't do both. So I was just like, yeah, nah. We'll just call it quits in total. Yeah, I mean, it's a risk. I think for me, it's just like what backed up me like being able to quit was, I've released a free game on Steam, and not that I should really use a free game as a good example of what I could expect with a paid game, because obviously barrier to entry is none. But yeah, that game clocked, I think, just over 1 million downloads now. Um, so for me, it's like I would only need a fractional percentage of that of a paid game. And like that said, like indie games, like really for what I'm making, is probably like $5 US or something like that. It was just like, yeah, if I could get a fractional thing of what those downloads were on a paid game, it's just like I could probably live off that. But I guess like, yeah, not to set my expectations too high. It's like I'm not expecting to create a hit game first go. I think what I'm measuring my success rate at is just breaking even. Is like, so you know, I track all of my expenses and stuff like that. It's like for things that I need for game, but also just living expenses and stuff like that. It's like if I can release a game and that can just pay for that, even if I don't make a profit or anything like that, if I can just pay for that, I'm happy. Yeah. Anyway, back to you. It's like, what sort of game are you developing at the moment? Could do another 4 each as well. Once again, very gross. I still want to call it review. Oddie game in m_food reviews. Tower defense, tank shooter game. Yeah, awesome. I think I've been close. I think I've had like a few prototypes in the past of making a tower defense game. I think it's an awesome genre, tower defense games, and for like developing a solo project, I think tower defense game is a killer genre to do. Because I feel like you can keep scope quite small in a tower defense game. Obviously, you can add like tons of stuff to it to then add depth to it, but like the base of the game is, yeah, scope small, which is awesome for an indie developer. Okay, this is contains review. That's not going to work because they're separate. They're not initialized objects. It's a bit niche, but I've learned so much in creating it. That's awesome. I think that's like the biggest thing with any game that you develop is like, as long as you're learning something, like that's a big thing. Like I was talking to a mate the other day, and he's also going my route. He's leaving the job that he was at, and yeah, gonna go solo stuff. And he was talking about like what his pass mark is as well. And it's just like when he's talked to people as well, he's like, yeah, look, break even, right? Like that's what you should consider a success. But it's like on your first couple of games that you ship, like those are just learning experiences, right? Because like the big thing for an indie game is like you need to learn the marketing side of things. And obviously, like I have a bit of experience with that. The job that I was at, I could see how marketing did their stuff, and also I had to assist marketing to do their stuff as well. But it's like, yeah, learning just as much as possible from each game is just like, as you're accruing that knowledge, is like you eventually are going to get to a game where it's just like you're going to be really confident because you know how to do X, Y, Z, you know how to market it properly and stuff like that. And that's probably when you are going to start creating games that you know can hit the public in big numbers. Yep, quantity versus quality. Obviously, you still want to have good quality in those games, but yeah. Assuming if you've been in this category, you might watch Pirate Software, Thor. He speaks about it really well because he looks at the I'm terrible with like actual dev names, but the developer that made Five Nights at Freddy's is, you know, the very popular game. You know, got a movie deal out of it, right? But if you look at his catalog of games, it's like he didn't just create Five Nights at Freddy's and just instant hit. Like he has so many games in his catalog that he worked on before Five Nights at Freddy's. So it's just like, yeah, building up that catalog is just like, one, you're going to be getting, you know, the passive income of having a long list of games that it's like, yes, they're not going to get as much as when they initially release, but you know, they're all going to slowly keep generating revenue, and then you're learning, and then you are, you know, the more shots at goal you have, you know, the more chance you have of scoring, right? And that's like Five Nights at Freddy's, so yeah. Alright, so what am I trying to do in this thing? So if... This is just a really bad way to do this. But maybe we can just add the food reviews and we can sort them later. Yeah, let's do that. So if that's the case, we can just remove this altogether. Because we can just go, in this one, just go for each bar review in food reviews. Underscore food reviews dot add review. Don't overcomplicate it. Get the custom functionality later. Plus, in a series like that, the more likely someone is to look into older titles. Exactly, exactly. I guess out of curiosity, I haven't really been asking many people that come into chat, but what engine are you using? Are you Unity as well, or using Godot, Unreal? I think there's that many different engines, like Game Maker. Uni for you. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I've been using the Unity 6 preview currently because I think I've actually got it written down on my whiteboard. I think the Unity 6 release actually comes out, hell, could be this week, I think. 17th. But, yeah. I know Unity copped a lot of flack last year, was it? For their, like, runtime stuff. And they've now reverted their runtime stuff. But initially I was like looking at it negatively, but when I actually looked at the numbers behind all of it, and it's just like, it's really not that big of an issue. Like, while the runtime fee was still in, it's just like you didn't need to like count anything until you're at like 1 million downloads or something like that, or your revenue reached a certain point. And it's just like, the way I view it is just like, if I get to the point where I'm meeting the revenue cap, it's just like, well, I can afford to pay, X fees. Nastya, if I'm saying that right, but yeah, hey Nastya, how you going? Alrighty. Maybe I do create multiple structs here for each of them. Maybe it's the easiest way to store all of the struct customer price review and time review. This one is going to need to take a public recipe config. And price review is an int m underscore review result, call it. I don't know, it's a bit janky. Yeah, I'm pretty good for a Monday. I don't think it's Monday for many people that come in here, but yeah, pretty crazy. And yeah, you're right, Azarin. It didn't really affect indie devs. Yeah, so that's why I was like very close to going down the Godot route, but I was just like, because I kind of have like some internal or personal goals of like wanting to ship a certain amount of games within a certain time frame, and it's just like if I wanted the best chance at being able to do that, I was just like, I don't think I should be learning a new engine at the same time. I'd just stick with what's familiar. And it's like, look, maybe 12 months time after I've shipped a game or two, is I can revisit it and just like, okay, well, now if I've potentially got enough that I can at least break even, it's like maybe now do I want to look into another engine? But for the time being, I don't think it's entirely necessary. Nastya, I guess unless it's a personal thing. But yeah, what are you waiting 15 minutes for? What do you got? What's happening? Oh damn, Azan, you're playing around with a few things. I've like tried to get into Unity Engine, nice, Unreal Engine a couple of times. I think for me, it's just C++. Like I know a little bit of C++. Some of the games at my old job were in C++. So I kind of had to learn like the basics of it. But man, tough. And I know like Unreal, you can use visual scripting, and I know you can do a lot with visual scripting. But for me, I just feel a bit weird doing visual scripting. So it's just like if I wanted to do Unreal, I would want to learn C++ properly, and it's just like, oh man, that's adding a new engine and then also adding a new language to learn on top of that. It's like, man, that would really slow me down. I want to update Fireball to the latest version, but I have some home so. Yeah, that sucks. I can remember, when I used to have multiple people living at home, was like, yeah, obviously, actually, you guys are probably all overseas from where I am, so you're probably used to having really good internet. Australia has notoriously had very bad internet. Like, I can remember when I moved to up in the state that I'm in now in like 2006, like, our download speed was 12 megabits per second. Like, that was our max speed that we got. And we had 50 gig of data allowance. So if we went over that, then it would be capped, and it'd be like kilobyte speed. Like, Australia has been so behind the times for the internet, it's crazy. Obviously now it's a bit better. I say a bit better. I could probably still tell you my internet speed, and you're probably still going to say it's slow. But like, what's my internet speed now? I think it's like 70 to 80 megabits per second, and then unlimited data, because people have finally caught on the fact that bandwidth, like data caps and stuff like that, is just a stupid thing to have. But even then, like, I guess, like, what's my download speed of, like, what did it translate to? I think it's like 12 megabytes per second is what it, like, if I'm downloading a game or something like that. But yeah, then I'll watch like streams from America, and like they're downloading games at like 50 megabytes per second, and I'm just like, oh man, that must be nice. Australian internet, man. We also have a time review. Doesn't actually need to be anything. That could just literally be a list of balls, I guess. Yeah, this is going to be pretty yuck, but... Actually, I feel like I don't even need to store a list of balls, because I can just have it... There's only one review, and if that variable... Yeah, like this... Don't make it that. Just make it a private bool m underscore time review. It can just change based on that. To full fiber soon. I'd be really interested. What speeds do they kind of guarantee with your fiber? Because I've got fiber to our house. Like Australia. So they initially like had this plan. They're like, yep, we're gonna start doing fiber optics for internet, because that's like the standard that everyone should be on. And then for some reason, our prime minister, after that got implemented, as like a year or so later, they're like, oh, it's pretty expensive, so we're gonna change it. That's just like, we're gonna change the system to be called fiber to the node, So they would run fiber to like, I think where our node was like 600 meters up the road, roughly. And then from there, it would use our existing copper cables to come into the house, and it just completely tanked. Like, it's the worst. Like, if any IT person was involved in that decision, like, they should have been fired, because that's just dumb. But they're like, oh, it's going to save us money, but you're still going to get really good internet speeds. And it's just like, I can remember at the time they did, they went over to America and they like tried to pitch Australian internet to Americans, and that we just got laughed at. And I'm like, yeah, that checks out. But yeah. So since then we do have fiber to our house, but like, I think they cap our speeds or just charge you obscene amounts if you want to get higher speeds. But it's yeah. We have helped to and passed a gig for fiber. Never willing to pay for fiber more than my mortgage. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, so this needs to be another list then of customer price review. Price review. I'm actually stupid. It doesn't need to be a list, it just needs to be a price review. Go. This one will need to be a list. Boop. List of customer price review underscore price reviews equals that. Come back to this guy. So it's here. Q map skybox and reflection probes to make my world feel better. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, something that I'm going to be doing eventually in... let's leave that for now. Is... I want to do, like, post-processing sort of stuff. I have done very, very little amounts of it, but I know, like, eventually when the game's getting closer to ship, I'm probably going to be spending so much time to try and polish the game that way. Add post-processing to just make it feel more in theme for what I'm going, but Unity does have like a lot of built-in things now that like can just make your game so much better that I probably should spend time kind of looking into all of that. Alright. Need to think how I want to handle that guy in a second. My game is very Tron-looking wireframes that glow basically. Yeah, that's true. Is your internet cheap in Russia? Yeah. Asking the same question as Azarin. I mean, I could probably, I guess it's like a conversion sort of thing. Let's go USD, AED to USD. I think we're paying like equivalent of what, $60 for our internet speed. So that's like, what was I saying before, like 70 megabits for unlimited. This is me assuming, Nastia, that you're US as well, but yeah, US dollars. Yeah, tis pricey. No, okay, I lied. I'm gonna make this a list. It's just gonna be easier for me in the long run, I think. New bull list m underscore time reviews. It's easy for me to just handle that at a later time. I think yours is 250 meg with unlimited. Damn. Holy, 110. One gigabit down for $8 US. What? Dude. God, I hate Australia. I hate you. God, that makes me so sad. Alrighty, so that's gonna add the customer reviews. We're probably gonna have something in here that's gonna be public void generate end of day reviews. That's sad. Ten times margin. Yeah, Australia just like scamming people. Like, like the government probably takes a very big cut of that. So that's probably why it's so expensive. But your gas for vehicles is barely half of that for a gallon. Man, you're gonna start spitting measurement systems that I have no idea out. I mean, I could probably tell you what my fuel prices are at the moment, right? So how much is a gallon? Gallon, 2 liters is 3.78 per liter. Okay, gonna need to do some rough maths here, guys. So let's go to AUD to USD again. I'm paying $1.99 per liter, so it's this number times that number times. This is how much I'm paying. That's my, if I did the maths right, that's how much I'm paying per gallon. In US. What's your fuel price like? Yeah, that's in USD. So I'm paying $5 US per gallon is what it translates to, I think. If I did the maths correct. $4 lower. Cool. So we're getting scammed on fuel as well. Love that for us. I think I'm just very fast learning that it's just like I just shouldn't be living in Australia. 3 to 4. Man, that sucks. I feel like nearly every TV channel, man. I don't even have like, I don't know what you guys call it over there, but like free to air TV, but like yeah, with like an aerial and stuff like that. It's like I don't even have that plugged into my TV. But yeah, mine's just all internet, all streaming services. Oh, that's a tilter for me. Is just how many different streaming services there are. Especially because like our Australian Netflix is really bad. Like compared it to like when back in the day when they used to. I mean, you can still do it, but you just get in more trouble and they can ban your account. But like you could VPN to America for your Netflix, and like American Netflix is just so much better. Alright, so we'll split this into sections. Food review. Price review. Time review. Plural. There's a... Ooh, open there. Cleanliness review. And a decoration. VPNs are illegal in my country. That's rough. I'm pretty sure like my browser that I use like has built-in VPN that you can use. Yeah. No Opera VPNs. Oh, it's a proxy. Ah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I don't use VPNs anymore. One, just because of the cost of it. If I'm trying not to spend too much money, if I'm paying for a million different streaming services and a VPN, a bit much. Alright, so... They can easily read your entire thing, yeah. Average monthly here is closer to 2,000, 3,000 a month. I think that's one thing that probably is different. I think Australia's average income, I think, isn't that crazy. Let's have a look. Australia average income. 92, apparently. Which is, I just find so factually incorrect, but... So I guess... that's. I think that was before taxes. Here you always say after taxes. True. Do I still have that open? I'll open it again. Australia average income. Go that again. So this was pre-tax. So I guess if I do average, go net income. Oh, it's too hard. You'd get taxed a lot of that. I'll just leave it at that. You'd get taxed a lot of that. But yeah, like I did like a full time. It's a 3-year uni degree, but I did it a bit longer because I was doing stuff at the same time. But yeah, like I did a uni degree, then out of uni, like my salary was only 60, so 30k lower than what the average income is. And based on what like our pay review system was like I wouldn't be earning what the average income is for like shit. I'm not even kidding. Probably like 10 years it would take me to get up to what the average income is. So it's like psycho. But yeah, I've been to America once, and you say this before tax stuff. I think the biggest thing that I have an issue in America is that you guys don't list your taxes on prices. That like I can remember I went, it might have been in an airport or a train station. I can't remember one of them, but like I was getting a packet of Cool Ranch Doritos, and it was listed 99 cents. So I'm just like, yeah, sick, 99 cents. Let's just get a dollar bill out. Like, yeah, I can pay for this. And then they're like, oh yeah, that's gonna be a dollar whatever the excess amount was. I'm like, what? Where like in Australia, like so the tax that we have, I don't know what your taxes are over there, but ours is GST, goods and services taxes. That's just always included in the price. So if you see something for $1, it's $1, and that includes the 10% tax that's already on it. But yeah. Anyway. How do I want to do this? I feel like the review manager probably should have review templates. Yeah, let's create those now. It's kind of a config, so maybe we can call it in here. Showing the price on a price tag before tax instead of what you're actually going to pay. Actually, is it like, yeah. I mean, it probably is illegal. I mean, illegal. So like, Australian consumer law is like really weird. Like, if I were to go to our supermarket here, right, and let's say they've messed up the price tag. If like I come to the checkout, let's say I'm buying a Coke, and the price tag is $2.50 from wherever I looked at it. But if I go scan it and it says $3 now, I get the item for free. That's like the law. if it's ever, so it's like supermarkets like super like making sure they don't want to mess that up. But it's like, yeah, if you ever try to buy an item and it's not what it was advertised as, you get it for free. Oh, we're creating a config, that's right. I think that's kind of what we need for that. We'll find out. When I was in the US, I did meet the most unfriendly people in my entire life. But I like, isn't there like kind of like a little bit of animosity between US and Europe? Like, speaking as an Australian, I think Australians normally get along with both. But from what I've heard, like, Europeans normally don't like Americans, and I'm assuming it's going to be the same vice versa. But, because I don't think I met any unfriendly people when I was in America. Just don't have that much memory of it. It was ages ago now, but... And obviously, at my last job, I worked with Americans as well, and they're super nice. I mean, the actual how you treat a stranger, it also depends on where you are. That probably checks out. And I would say, not to gaslight or anything like that, but potentially kind of like the behavior might just be normal, but because of like a different culture, like the culture barrier sort of thing, it might come off as unfriendly, but realistically that's just like how they are to every person. I don't know. If you have an accent, there was... Holy shit, really? South east. What is it? What are the southeastern states? Map of America. Okay, this one. Come on. Here we go. I think when I... The west side or Midwest, also we consider as New England is probably okay. When I went to America, I went to New York, DC, Texas, California, I think. Just looking around. Yeah, I think that was it. So yeah, I don't think we did any of the southeast, so we're probably safe. New York is hot trash. Tubby Dubby, it's such friendly. I reckon that's like the craziest thing that I probably noticed when I went to America. It's like, obviously you guys, you know, due to unfortunate past events, is like your security is like hectic. And I think that was like the biggest culture shock for me, because I guess like Australia is like, we're very laid back, even though like we have very strict like border control and stuff like that, and like Australia is known to have like some of the strictest border control, but like yeah, I walk through our airports and stuff like that, and it's just like, it just seems super laid back, but you walk through like an American airport, you're like, holy shit, dude, something's fucking... You don't want to like look at any of the cops like strangely, or some dude's spooked, man. Alright, so the review manager. Let's create some things up here. Score. Less food. I don't even know what I want to call this. Food review. Less food review. More. Price review. Cheap. How do I do that? How do I do that again? Cheap. Expensive. Time. Review. Pass. Fail. Like I'm 410, 411. What should I do? Bite someone? For 410, 411. I don't get like the whole height meta. This spoken as someone else who's short. But it's just like, I just see it as just like, who cares? Who cares how tall you are, right? But it's just like, it's so baked into everything now that it's like, as a
in Australia, I mean, I think it might be the same in America as well. But it's like, as a guy, it's like if you're not 6 foot, you're considered like a midget, right? Like, probably can't say that term, it's probably derogatory, but like it's like viewed as like, oh, you're really short. Whereas it's like, who cares? Like, what does it matter? Like, we're not living in the Stone Age where it's just like, yeah, all these physical attributes are like probably, yeah, meaningful. But it's like, now they're not. Doesn't matter. Most people sit at a desk behind a computer doing work. It's like, does it matter if you're 6 foot or does it matter if you're 4 foot? No, it doesn't. So like, who cares? I guess like sports side of things, yeah, physical attributes, but like, I shouldn't laugh at that, but yeah, I think that's like a classic joke that you always see is like people post like messages. Once again, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but like you see post messages on like dating apps and stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, they're asking what their height is, and then someone replies like, I was like, well, what's your weight? And it's just like, why does that matter? It's like, well, why does my height matter? But yeah, crazy stuff. Alright, so we've got all of these review configs. Oh, okay, so the customer food reviews is actually also going to need the recipe config, because we need to reference its name. So that's the NPC. He's going to have some problems with that. Where are we? Probably just do it here. Go. Wait, no. View dot recipe equals m_order. Why should you not talk about it? You don't look 4.5, 4 feet 5 inches sideways. You look normal weight. Well, I think the reason why is like I shouldn't say that is just like, I don't know, like I'm not gonna go on the tangent about it, but like it's very body image positivity sort of stuff is like the norm over here. I'm assuming it might be the same over there. It's just like it's a bit of a taboo subject to talk about. But yeah, but I think for me it's just like I'm not going to comment on someone's weight because I wouldn't also comment on someone's height. Like I just you do you. If you're happy, that's all that matters. You do you. Yeah, nah, they call it woke over here as well. Woke media. I don't know, like, yeah. The reason is I was like, yeah, it's like, and it's the same thing, like, it hurt to type that. Like, it's, you know, I think a lot of that, like, cultural stuff, like, I think we copy America's, that's, like, probably a lot of similarities there, but it's like, yeah, like, the cancel culture thing is, like, that's why I'm saying, like, I probably shouldn't talk about it, because it's like, if I'm being a public personality now, if I'm streaming and, you know, going to things, like, I probably shouldn't rock the boat. I can have opinions, but I have opinions privately. It's like, the best, like, example of that would be, did you ever watch, I'm assuming they put it on Netflix over there as well, but the Michael Jordan documentary, I guess it's The Last Dance, is Michael Jordan was, like, widely criticized of he didn't support having respectful opinion. Exactly, respect is the thing. Is like, so he was criticized because he didn't want to back a black candidate in whatever election it was, and even though like the white candidate was like a huge racist, like very very bad dude, but Michael Jordan's comment was I think it was Republicans buy sneakers too, because, you know, Nike sort of stuff. And everyone's like, oh, that's bullshit. But it's like, you know, realistically, that is like outward facing as a public figure. It's like you probably need to adapt that sort of thing, because like if you're trying to be inclusive of everyone, it's like you probably can't have disrespectful opinions and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Republicans buy sneakers too. It's actually so funny. Alright, so what am I even doing? So I need like a I'm gonna make a new data source, I think. Call it review data source. Come on. Let's open up a second one so I can see both of them at the same time. Alright, so it doesn't need this, doesn't need to be a mono behavior. Probably are going to create a dictionary again. Dictionary. Or just have a list. String key. Week 1, review 1. No, how am I going to do this? Yeah, maybe we just don't have it as a dictionary. It can just be a list. Probably, yeah. String. Hey, thanks for the follow, Asman. Much appreciated. And call it food reviews. What am I doing? So I don't know. Won't lie, just before you followed, I was thinking, I'm just like, oh man, hope he follows. It'd be cool if he can come back and have a chat again. Read my mind. No, I can't do it like this as well. It all has to do with what my save data is going to be. So... concerning. I don't even have anything to do with reviews in my save data. That's not good. Okay, so it means I need to think about how I'm going to save this data then. So each day is going to have its own thing, and then there's just, I mean, it's just going to be a list. Day 1, day 2, day 3, it can be 1, 2, 3, 4 equals that review. So I think I just have a list for each day. Is how I'm going to fill that, and then it saves as a 2D array, size is 7 with 6 reviews in a certain order. Yep, got it. Yeah, we're locked in. I mean, I'm not going to be finishing review stuff today, so I can work on the save stuff probably tomorrow. So if we come back to the review data source, we can have day 1, food reviews.
I guess Azran, I didn't ask before, but how long have you been doing like game dev for? I mean, I could change this to be public static list of a list of strings. And you can have it food reviews. Rather than have this, it's just have that. Much cleaner. Got my drink. Oh, I didn't even see that last thing. Gonna make a gin soda and actually work on this blender. So I haven't opened Blender. Godspeed, man. I suck at 3D modeling. Unity for 8+ years. Hell yeah, that's some time. Wonder if I'm close to that. Because I guess I did a little bit of Unity before I even started my university degree. When did I even start uni? Hell, I could be on 8 as well, to be honest. I reckon I probably land in 7 to 8 years, I think, been using Unity. Yeah, I think eventually I probably do want to, but I also should probably get better at 3D modeling. Like, obviously all the assets I've got in this game are from an asset pack that I've purchased. Just because for the sake of getting games shipped is just like, that's the most viable thing. But I think for me is like, after I ship a couple of games and start working, you know, on potentially some slightly larger projects, is I think I'll probably want to make all the assets myself. 1, to save money, and 2, because I think I'll feel more accomplished. But it's just like, that's going to stretch out development time a lot if I'm teaching myself how to model correctly. RPG Maker as a team to construct 2. I think I used RPG Maker very briefly in high school. Don't think I ever used Construct 2. So this does need to be initialized at some point. But that's fine. We can do that when we actually initialize the DOS. So for now, this guy. Who stores the day? Time manager, maybe? Time data source, there we go. So we need to use that somewhere. So we go review data source dot food reviews is a list. Time data source dot day -1 to get the index dot add, and this is where we're going to need a string, so let's just say like test for now. Write the code for that in a second. All I want is on me figuring out how to use Blender and Unity lighting. More comfortable streaming than you do. What makes you say that? Like being talkative, or the way I'm showing stuff, or because if it's on the talkative side of things, I have this cool trick where if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be doing the exact same thing I'm doing now. Um, Probably like ADHD brain or something, but sometimes I just like I'll talk to myself as how I'm explaining what I'm doing or something like that. Um, so I figure like I can stream and I'm doing the exact same thing, and it sounds like I'm just talking to an audience where I'd just be talking to myself anyway. Stream mode and death mode. Okay, yeah. Wonder what the reason for that is. um, I think that's just kind of naturally how I work. Is I kind of like I'm a procrastinator, so if anything, like being a procrastinator sort of works for me because it's like I'll work on something and I'm like, okay, cool, and then I'll just read chat and just like do something and then I get back in. So it's like my work style has always just been short bursts of energy, where I guess that kind of works for streaming. For like my short burst of energy is like, yeah, okay, I'll smash out some dev stuff. Alright, cool, I did that. Now I'll just like give myself a little break, and then that's when I'm like going back to streamer mode, I guess. Yeah. What about being too boring for chat, which detracts from actually doing anything worthwhile? Yeah, I think I had the same sort of issue. Like, don't get me wrong, it's like if I wasn't streaming, I would probably be working more efficiently, but I've kind of allowed for that. That it's just like I know, if I stream for 4 hours a day, I'm not going to be doing solid work for 4 hours a day. I know I'm still going to get work done, and if anything, like it just makes it more enjoyable for me. But I think in terms of like being too boring, like you're watching a game development stream, so I think the expectation for you to be extremely entertaining is probably not like that high. Like I know not a good example to use because I know a lot of people hate him, but like you're not expected to be like an XQC or something like that of just like constant dopamine entertainment sort of stuff, right? Is like if you're in here, it's like you're interested. It's like you're in this category because like I want to see what other people like what they're developing and stuff like that. Maybe I can learn something from them. So it's just like it's just a different vibe. But I guess I said the only thing of like not being too boring is just talk, and that's why it's like I don't know if it's something you do yourself or it's something you could even practice doing. It's just like talk to yourself, even though it might make you sound a little crazy. It's just talk to yourself out loud of like what you're doing. So it's like say if I was like doing this generate and reviews, it's like I'd be like if I'm talking to myself, I'm like, all right, so for the review data source, I'm gonna have like two variables. That the first one's going to be replacing the ingredient, the second one's going to be replacing the recipe name. So we're just going to be inserting those strings in there to make it more scalable. It's like I'm doing that to myself. It's like one, I'm explaining to myself what I'm doing, but then it's doubling as you're explaining it to people that are watching as well. I've made a little streamer overlay in Unity that chat can interact with. Super useful for my game. Doubles the commentary, exactly right. Streamer overlay in Unity. That's awesome though. I think having streamer integration in a game is so cool. Like I can what are those games? I mean technically like Jackbox, right? Like those games, and you can like invite spectators and stuff like that into the game, and that's something that like Stream can interact with, and they have kind of like a fan vote. But like, yeah, if there's a way that you can incorporate Stream viewers into a game, like that's a slam dunk. Holy. All right. So I mean, let's work on how we're going to edit the thing. So we know for a fact. This is all test code, so we can go. Oh, it's gonna be. Come on, let's go. Right, string review. equals, let's just grab the food review config. Food review, okay, so we need less or more. Just test it on less, right? Dot review. Spawns little tanks that duke it out on the bottom of the screen where some of the types spawn. I think that's awesome. Like, personally. Yeah, I think if there's a way to make, because, like, I guess, even if they aren't directly influencing, like, the main gameplay, is, like, if they're at least having something that they can visually see that they're affecting, I think that's, even in itself, that's fine. How'd you get that to work, by the way? Like a streamer overlay to Unity? Been hoping to do more of his code streams. I've seen it with Quellis and Code. Seen it with Quellis and Code. Don't know Quellis and Code. I'll look into that. Assuming just because you said code streams, they're both streamers, or am I just cooked and making stuff up? So like review dot replace old car with new car. Do you have to do something like this? And then I need to think about. It's just like, I think the chicken burger should have less lettuce, or there should be less lettuce on the chicken burger. Doesn't matter either way, but for the sake of testing, food reviews, just use the first one, dot ingredient dot shit. We don't have an ingredient name on that. How did I tackle that somewhere else? Oh, I think I like put the name of it on the config, so maybe I have to pull it from the config. Yeah, they stream together and are on a call with each other for their streams. It makes the commentary flow more seamlessly. They do have separated channels when they do it too. Yeah, I think that probably makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's like, maybe it's another reason if I can comment on to like why I'm able to switch between dev and stream easily, is I would be on calls all the time at work and I'd still be working at the same time, where it's like one of the mates I worked with, Noah, yeah, we would like jump on a call for like a couple of hours and just be having a casual conversation, but could also be having a conversation about work. So it's like working at the same time, but also focusing on a conversation is like kind of I guess like, now that I think about it, it's like, yeah, doing that for 2.5 years probably helps develop the skill of being able to switch between two different things. Meetings do that, yeah. I hate meetings though. That was like, I've talked to people that I used to work with, and I was just like, man, like the amount of time you waste in meetings, like pointless meetings and stuff like that throughout a day, like could have been an email, is a real thing. Yeah, that's my biggest gripe. Is like, if you can explain something in a message, make it a message. It doesn't need to be a meeting. Like, I can remember once someone on our team pulled everyone, like made everyone stop what they were doing, pulled them into a meeting, and the meeting was literally just to determine, it's like, oh, are we happy with like, oh, what was this, like happy with like this name or variable or something like that being set up this way. And it's just like, the way it was explained could have been a 2-sentence message, but everyone had to stop, get into a call. Yeah, man. Yeah, I hate it. Actually, like, just one of my biggest pet peeves. Oh, man. You say that? That has happened. Get everyone into a call. It's like, quick call. Okay, guys,
We're gonna work on this for like probably like another 30 minutes. So is everyone gonna be free at this time so we can just go over it again? Had multiple of those meetings. Like illegal. That should be illegal. um. Okay, so we're gonna need a for loop in here then. So go for loop bar ingredient in. It's all test code for now, so I'll set it up properly eventually. But recipe dot ingredients if ingredient equals, here we go, this ingredient oh, it's an ingredient info. I have to go ingredient again. It means we want this and we want ingredient dot name. I think that's how we would do it. And then we would also have string review would also have review dot replace did that wrong, one with dot recipe dot name. Cannot convert int to string. Oh, remove. Typo again. Nice, 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 nice. Dude, I cannot type. Save my life. There we go. Sweet. Yeah. I'm not high, right? This is how you use the string replace. I haven't done this for quite some time. We did have it set up in some of my old projects. String replace space with comma. Yeah, I think this will work. B with C. Because I guess what I'm trying to do is, if I didn't actually create a folder for it, so let's go like create folder reviews, and then create a review config. We'll just call this one food review less. What I'm thinking of doing is having the string to just be like, how do I do it? So I didn't go. There should be less, and then have variable 1 here. There should be less, let's just say it's lettuce in the chicken burger. So I'm using the 0, 1 as variables and then using them in here to replace them dynamically with what they should be called. I think that's how it works. Welcome Azarin to the Discord as well. Thank you very much. Can't actually test this because I don't have all of this generating anything yet, but I think this is how it's gonna work. Going to be honest, I've always just spaced the string out with a variable being added in there. Ah, yeah. I think
The reason I'm like doing it like this is just because I think it's how we did it on the project from work, just to make it super visible. I don't know. It's probably going to be a problem for tomorrow when I properly get it all set up, but because it is the way to work, it just makes this super easy for me to read. I mean, while I'm here, I might as well just set up all of these. We've got food review less. We're gonna have food review more. There should be more. It seems to make sense, exactly. There's a lot of things in code. It's like, it seems to make sense. Will it actually work? Who knows? But yeah, I think this is much easier. Like, if I open up, this is the prototype that I made for all of this stuff. Is, like, I had, what's this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like, up to 12 reviews per recipe. Like coffee, eggs benedict, soup, right? So I'm trying to use this now to dynamically just add thing in there, just to, so I'm not like, if I, let's say I create 60 different recipes in this game, it's like I'm not creating 60 times 10 recipes, right? I can just insert them properly. Alright, let's create some more review configs. I could just copy paste them. I don't need to make new ones like that. I'm clowning myself. Price review cheap. The, say, chicken burger, coffee's price is quite cheap. Don't like exclamation mark. So that's for cheap. We need an expensive. Expensive. And then neutral. Price seems about right. Okay, and then we also had time. Just so I don't have to delete everything from it, make a new one. View config, time, review, pass. Oh, this doesn't even need any dynamic stuff in it. Could just be like, the service was really good. This can have an exclamation mark, I think. Duplicate. Fail. Was really slow. I think something that I'm like trying to always keep in the back of my mind is like, obviously the first release of this game is just in English as the supported language, but on the off chance that it does kind of pick up is, and you know, different regions want different oh, I just realized my follower goals widget is like broken. It says 1 out of 50. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. ADHD brain, squirrel brain. Now I've already forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, it's localization. Yeah, it's like if a certain like language is like, I'm seeing, let's just say Japan. Let's say I got a lot of Japanese players that are coming in and requesting the game be localized in Japanese. Is I'm making sure that I'm like doing things properly in configs that I know I can add a localization system in to set it up. Because in my prototype, I do everything rough. Like I had so many strings hard set in code that it would be a nightmare to try and localize that stuff, and I just have to rewrite everything. So I'm making sure if I ever do have any strings, it is in a config that I could replace with, instead of being a string, I have like a class called localized string or something like that reads from a localization table. But yeah, cool. I think now that all of that's there, we can set these up at least. So this was food review list, food review more, price review cheap, price review expensive. Don't have the other one in there yet. Time review, fail, pass. Is daunting for sure. Yeah, I think I was very lucky at the, like at work. The project that I was on already had its localized system set up, so it's like very easy. But like, because I've seen what it can look like, as it's like if I ever were to do it, I would have to set it up properly, because I know like it won't take any shortcuts for it. But price review neutral. But yeah, it was pretty cool, their system they had. So they basically just had like a Google sheet that had basically, I think we had the game localized in 14 different languages. So your far left column is the key. So let's just say if I'm putting a key in my game, let's just say chicken. Keep talking about a chicken burger. Let's just say we've got chicken. Chicken's the key that you would use, and then you'd have an English column, Spanish, blah blah blah, all those columns. Then basically you'd have a localized string in here that it's just like you select the key that you want to chuck into that thing, and then it's going to then read from the table that you have all the localizations and then grab to the correct value. It's pretty cool. It's this one. Nope, I was wrong. This one. Usual. There we go. We don't have much longer left. I can at least probably set up this guy. Yeah, I'm all for let's just call this rename you food review. Call you rename price. Have you done much stuff with save systems? Out of curiosity, that's the thing. Is just like that's the thing that's most daunting for me. It's like when I set up this project, legitimately. So apart from like the prototype, I was like I built all of the save system stuff first. Then I knew like what data types I'm most likely going to be dealing with. But yeah, it's always like a spooky thing because obviously saving is very important, and you want to make sure like no important data is getting lost. But like if I go across to game data, it's like I'm saving everything to binary. Basically, so if I pull up my save, do I have the save system in here? Yeah. Save game is like, yeah, so I've got like a custom data type and stuff like that, but it's just like having to save everything as like generic types. So it's like where I have, well, let's see, like what am I dealing with, right? Like the recipe list maybe. Where's my custom data? Review data source doesn't have custom data in it yet. Recipe data source, here we go. So I'm like, these are like my local, these are my local variables, right? So it's like, it's a custom dictionary type that's taking in a recipe config, and it has all this like custom data in here as well. It's like, I can't save that into binary because it's just made up data from me. So I have to then go back through and convert everything. So I was looking at recipe data source there. So let's go like the recipe data is, recipe status is like saving it as a 2D int array, and then kind of like then setting the values. Well, I think like 0, the first value is going to be just every recipe, and then it's storing an extra bit of information about like how much ingredients you have saved, what's the profit and stuff like that. And it's like very daunting to get it, but like once you finally do get it set up and it's all working, it's awesome. But yeah, I guess the game I worked on previously did use JSON as well. It was a mobile game, so I think using JSON in a mobile game is a bit more acceptable because it's like the effort to go into your phone's files and edit a JSON is probably a bit more than a PC. But I think obviously the big problem for me with JSON files is just like it's very editable, right? Like if I were to go, if I come into here, I can probably go local low. If I go half brick, let's get like bank, right? Is like, this is the old game that I worked on, right? I could come in here and I can set like my money to like this amount. I can just give myself money, right? Which is not great, but so that's the reason I'm saving it to binary, because now if I go into my my game, come into here, go slot 1 save, is like you can see where the variables are, but like it's money, right? But the money's in a unreadable state, so you can't edit that data. I mean, you probably can. You probably can get some like binary converter, right, to get it to work, but it's a lot more effort. So it's like, yeah, saving it to binary is just my way to get around that. I guess like my big reason for it is like I want to make sure people can't just like cheat the game, right? And finish the game too quickly is probably my big concern. I know I shouldn't ever be like assuming the worst of players, but you know, I know Steam has their rule of just like if the game's under 2 hours played time, it's really easy to get a refund, and obviously, you know, you don't want refunds because it means people. I mean, if they're refunding for the correct reason, right? But you don't want it to be like they've finished your game, and there are people out there that's like, if your game is under 2 hours of game time and they finish it and under that time, they'll just refund it. It's very dog act sort of stuff, but it does happen. So I'm just trying to maximize my chances that to get through all of the gameplay. That's not going to happen. Yeah, cheaters are going to cheat. Exactly. You're exactly right. Like, I mean, what is that cheat engine, right? I can remember I've used cheat engine in the past that it just like pulls up the variables and you can see it change. You can edit variables, stuff like that. And that's like probably a big reason why I'm trying not to have like too many public variables that people can change. But naturally, it's going to happen. Like people can cheat. I'm just trying to remove how easy it is to cheat, at least. But if you ever are interested in binary saving stuff, I'll send you this video. Brackies. I think it's this guy. Nice ad, huge. But yeah, it was a Brackies guide that he created years ago on how to do the save system that I like used to set up, and then I've kind of built on top of that. But it's pretty cool because I've created like a save slot system now. But realistically, save slots is just creating an extra file, right? But yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I definitely don't recommend, probably, unless like you're very concerned about people cheating. Is it's like I'll probably, if you've already got your save system implemented, don't change it. It's definitely, I think, save systems. I've made the mistake in the past of trying to implement a save system after implementing a game. Don't ever do that. You always want to get it up at the start, it's like, and then you can still build on it as you progress. But yeah, I think of nothing worse. Alright, I'll just set up the skeleton code of those last things. So price review, what was the price review looking like? It's, I've saw that locked. The prices, the chicken burger's price is too expensive. Okay, so price review, I don't think this actually matters for each. We don't need anything to do with the ingredients. Equals m_price. review cheap. Replace 0 with the recipe name. Okay, so that's how the price review will work. Time review doesn't need any special custom data, so I think that's it. Alright. Alright, Azrin. Oh wait, here we go. I think I pressed how far I am into it when I uploaded it to itch, and the other side I looked at the save. Just laughed. Yeah. That's like, for me, it's like, I haven't even, obviously I'm still early days in implementing all of this stuff, but it's just like, haven't implemented any of this, haven't implemented that. It's like, realistically, I've only implemented recipes, staff, and and date, and a small amount of things. It's like, but I have like tackled all the most complicated things first. But I think the most crazy thing that I'm probably going to have is this guy here. Is I don't even have it implemented yet, but you're going to be able to like put decorations around your cafe, which I haven't even thought about how you're going to do walls and stuff like that. But I've got it saved currently that it's going to be based on a grid. So it's like 0, 0, it's going to be bottom left, right, and then it comes across like, let's say like 16, 15 or something like that, and then it's going to store an ID, and that ID is going to be like whatever the item is, and then when the game loads and reloads your cafe, it's going to like go through that grid, find the ID, and then instantiate that object back onto it. It's going to be hectic to set up, but yeah, it'll be cool when it's actually working. Yeah, I think that's like probably the most crazy thing I've got going on here. Everything else is pretty stock standard, I think. It's just normal tracking. But yeah, it definitely will be worth it in the end. You're absolutely right. All right. Anyway, I keep forgetting where my mouse is. I'll quickly show you this. I'm about to end stream. So I stream 4 hours a day. Go to my channel. I stream 4 hours a day, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. my local time. But yeah, I stream Monday to Thursday my time. So yeah, if you ever want to pop in and say hey, you can go to my schedule on here. I'm pretty sure it does update the time to be whatever your local time zone is, I think. So yeah, if you ever want to pop in and come say hey, I'm around at those times. Yeah, it's been awesome having a chat today, Azrin. Thanks for keeping me company while I'm doing my dev things. Yeah. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I think you said it was late on your Sunday.